Good morning. My name is Sally Kuchar-Johnson, and I will be the chair of the Governance and Priorities Committee meeting for today, October 15th, 2024. I now call this meeting to order at 9 a.m. On behalf of Council, I will present the Territorial Land Acknowledgement. We acknowledge that we are located on the lands of Treaty 6, which is the traditional home of the Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota, Sioux Nations, members of the Métis Nations of Alberta, Inuit, and First Nations sharing this land for generations. We recognize the long history and the contributions of the Indigenous people who have cared for this land from the time immemorialized it to the present. We acknowledge that we are all treaty people bound to one another by the spirit and the intent of the treaty as long as the sun shines and the grass grows and the river flows. I will now proceed with today's committee attendance and note that there are 5 councillors in attendance in chamber today and 1 mayor. I will ask, we'll move on to the adoption of the agenda. I will ask committee member Wiedemann to put that motion forward. But before I do that, is there any additions or deletions? Okay, go ahead. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to the committee. No additions or deletions from administration today. Council
members, are there any additions or deletions? Councillor Wiedemann?
Yeah, so I'll put a notice of motion forward. And this notice of motion, we had a little bit of discussion on it at one point. It's the MGA Code of Conduct regulations, just to delete them or change them. That's my motion. So it's a notice of motion. Business? New business, yeah.
6A1. 6A1, we'll put that under 6A1.
That's it.
Okay, and thank you. Okay, so I will, yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to make note, Madam Chair, to you and through you, with the notice of motion, we actually don't need to add that to the agenda. That will go on to the next agenda, so there's no item for that.
Is it considered an amendment then? No, okay. So there are no amendments, so I will ask Councillor Wiedemann to put this motion forward for the Governance and Priority Committee meeting agenda.
Okay, so the motion's forward that we adopt the agenda as presented.
Okay. So we'll move on to the adoption of the Governance and Priority. Oh, vote. All in favor? Okay, thank you. All in favor. Moving on to the adoption of the Governance and Priority Committee meeting minutes for October 1st, 2024. I will ask Councillor Kubasiak to put the motion forth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the October 1, 2024 Governance and Priorities Committee meeting minutes be adopted as presented.
Thank you. Any comments? Okay, moving, I'll call the motion then. All those in favor? Public input. It's time for our public input. I do not see any speakers in the gallery, and there are no registered speakers at all. So we will move on to our Operations Service Division report, update and overview. I will ask Mr. McGowan if he would introduce this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to committee. Today, we will be giving a Operations Services Division overview of our operations and our work to date in 2024. The overview will review the current responsibilities and operations that are under our preview, as well as an update on current activities and where we are today. As committee knows, we provide an update to committee and to the residents twice a year, in the spring and then in the fall of each year. So with that, we have the three departments in the Operations Division, which are Public Works, Road Maintenance, and Drainage, as well as Engineering Services. And so with that, we'll start with Road Maintenance and Drainage. We have the Director of that area, Trent Tompkins here. We also have Jody Hancock, which will go next with Engineering Services, and Mr. Jameson, the Director of Public Works, will be joining us shortly. So with that, I will hand the floor over to Mr. Tompkins and to provide an overview, and we'll answer any questions that council may have. Trent?
Thank you, Mr. McGowan. Good morning. Hope everybody enjoyed their Thanksgiving long weekend and got your yard work done. It's looked like winter's coming, so getting close. Similar to previous times, we'll just give a brief overview of some of the key activities from a maintenance standpoint that we completed in 2024. Some of the slides or the information you've already seen. It's just a bit of a reminder of what we do on a maintenance process. And really that it's a cycle. We kind of go around the seasons, and at this point we're back into the getting ready for winter season. So again, road maintenance and drainage is responsible for the preservation and maintenance of Parkland County roads and drainage infrastructure. That includes 1,250 kilometers of gravel road, 900 kilometers of surface, a number of ditches, licensed drainage areas, bridges, lift stations, underground stormwater infrastructure, as well as on the aggregate side, which includes the extraction, reclamation, production of cold mix or cold mix asphalt, as well as probably the largest component of our work right now is the production and the reclamation side on the aggregate activities. Next slide. And so this is, again, sort of the clock I speak to for a maintenance cycle. And so we look at, right now, we're probably around that 10:30, 11 o'clock if we considered this a clock. So our activities at the moment, getting ready for winter, the salt and sand mix. We're doing some final fog seal. We're looking at ongoing pest control, of course. And so that's sort of where we're at as we're just finishing up the summer season, just getting into the first steps of being prepared for winter. So 2024, the summer season and into the spring on the road maintenance side, we've completed 14 kilometers of shoulder pull, around 230 kilometers of graveling to date. We have around 7,000 tons of material still left to put out. So again, the weather, at this point we have about half our equipment getting converted over for winter maintenance. The other half is still available to us to complete the remainder of, say, the graveling program and the shoulder pull. We anticipate another 3 weeks of shoulder pull activities. Dust control, of course, we've done that by now. 1,210 locations. One of the key, I'd say, achievements this year is call volume is reduced by 55%. Likely in the spring, or typically in the spring, we get calls for when is it coming, when is it happening, or did it go by? Did you miss my area, for instance? So this year, going from last year, we took a bit of a different approach, and we really focused on getting it done as early as we possibly could. So we'll certainly take that same approach into next year with improvements. We saw some opportunities this year to, with GPS information as well as tracking and mapping, that we should be able to do a better job again next year as well. So hard surface, the 13 kilometers of overlay indicated there, that's the total. Really, that's over a number of locations. Could be 40 or 50 separate locations. Some of the key areas around, say, Range Road 14, which got a lot of work between ourselves and engineering this year. We also did some work to the subdivisions in there as well. And so we estimate about 1,300 potholes. We continue to fill potholes year round as the weather allows us to do it, as well as materials. Again, call volume down 44%, so we look at that as a positive for 2024. Right-of-way management, haul agreements, again, as we see increasing activity in the county again coming out of COVID, as well as increasing population density. The haul agreements and the management of them and the trucking and the impacts of that is certainly key to trying to keep both industry and the residents happy, as well as protecting our infrastructure. Refuse pickup, one of the things we've seen this year, overall we've seen an increase in call volume for road maintenance. One of those key things has been illegal dumping, so we've seen a significant increase there. through 2020, or 2024. We'll continue to do that year-round, of course. Winter maintenance, like I mentioned, as we're getting ready now, we're pretty much prepared. So we got about 15,000 tons of sand. We'll probably produce another 2,000 tons. One of the key issues I think we're seeing over the last few years is an increased number of events above zero during the year or freezing rain. And so part of having the sand and salt process is good. We're also looking at other materials like chip products and other things for when you do get freezing rain that then also immediately freezes and moves, say, to -20, for instance, where salt is no longer effective. So we're starting to increase our stockpile of chip products and other materials to try and deal with the changing weather conditions we're seeing. Drainage operations. So largely, we've had a bit of a dry year to date, I would say. Certainly through the last 2 months. That allowed us to do a number of projects and a lot of work that was, I would say, a little bit less reactive, more preventative this year. And so we looked at the 3 large centerline projects, which were, take about a week, a road closure. We got those done. We do a number of smaller center lines or equalization culverts, stuff like that. We do the odd approach culvert if required. But part of this year really was around that normal maintenance piece, getting problematic ones cleared out, developing a process to be able to do it as efficiently and move on to the next one. And so we spent a lot of time this year getting those type of things ready, and really we should see the benefit of that as we move into next spring and beyond. One of the other major things was the storm pond at Petro-Canada in Atchison. That took about 10 months for us to drain. Essentially, there was a beaver activity in the area, plugged up the control structure. There was a significant amount of wood and other debris that was going through that we, again, trying to get that material out and then trying to find the outlet for that. And so we were able to achieve that this year. Last year started to drain. This year we were able to get it fully drained, as well as now provide access to it, as well as a screen to prevent this from occurring again. So that was took quite a bit of work, but it's one of those things that provides us a benefit moving into 2025 and beyond. Additional activities include the fire reclamation in the spring, still finishing that up from the Entwistle fire. Dozer boss training in support of EOC and fire in the event that EOC is called up again and we're required, in the future. Slough repairs is another piece of work that drainage will do when available, as well as erosion mitigation on Prospectors Point Road. So under the bridge, there was a significant washout there. We've been working to maintain that until it's able to be upgraded and completed. So work with that also included cleaning out and daylighting 2 culverts to the east and the west of that washout as well. I'm sinking in my chair here, by the way, if you're wondering what's happening. But it might have been too much turkey, I'm not sure. That hurt actually. On the aggregate side, again, as I mentioned before, the mixing of asphalt, we produced 129,000 tons of different aggregate product, which includes the winter graveling product, chips, salt and sand, as well as the asphalt mix for ourselves and for engineering for the road programs. We also have ongoing permitting and reclamation activities throughout our pits, including the Burtonsville pit down at the south. We're continuing to work with the regulator to seek approval for that, to bring that online within the next 3 years. So with that, any questions?
Christina, Councillor Kowalski.
Thank you very much for that report. Ton of work, very impressive work, and we all appreciate it. Just a few questions. When we come to dust control, I think I've been told that we always start in the west and work to the east. And I'm wondering if we can't consider in your new plans doing it the other direction on alternate years, because the populace is in the east and the central part of the county. Just food for thought. And then the refuse, that really concerns me, because when you see on just about every corner onto a major road, you'll see a pile of whatever. Can we fingerprint that stuff? It's like someone is using them as alternates to actually following process and going to a dump. Like It's really frustrating to see how much there is.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Weidman? Oh, sorry.
No problem. The illegal dumping is a difficult one. We do work with enforcement for times that we can look to identify, but the struggle is really you need somebody to identify or to witness that it was dumped at the time. Generally, we get the call about it, after the fact that it's there, and we go clean it up. Definitely, it is something that we see. It goes up and down, and we're on a high spot this year for sure.
Additional, so do people dump things with their ID in them, or?
That has happened. Unfortunately, is what happens in those situations is we may have that information, but we can't determine that they dumped it. They may have paid somebody to dump it or not, yeah.
And then just my question about dust control alternating the directions every year.
Counselor Weidman?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no issues. It's certainly gotten better since I got on council as far as public works go. Just a couple of comments. I think we need to have comms put in a few things in the publication that they put out, and one of them's who does what, so who's responsible for what highways, because a lot of residents think we're responsible for all the main highways, so that would be a good thing to put in there. And then the haul agreements, when do we need a haul agreement? That a lot of times comes up, and it's kind of subjective, and I know it's a tough one to determine, but anyway, I think we need just a bit of information out on those things. So other than that, great job, and we don't get a lot of comment or a lot of complaints. Dust control a few, but other than that, not too bad.
Okay, Counselor Kubasiuk.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I've had some good responses, positive responses on the work. The roadside mowing that was done, and there was some issue last year with gravel in the ditches. I think that's been addressed as well, and I think staff, people in the community are really appreciative of the efforts that staff put to make sure they see the roads. That's what they're driving day in and day out. We'll hear more complaints as winter comes around with terms of icing and safety and whatnot, but kudos, your staff have done a really good job. The line painting looks good, the road ditching looks good, and I think I get positive comments. Residents are pleased. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
So, and sorry, just to follow up, on the roadside mowing, that's agriculture and Krista Cannell's group, so we can certainly pass that on, but I'll take credit anyway, but we'll try and tell her to.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and I have a comment because I've heard from residents, and they're starting to, I've heard it more than once, that the roads are getting narrower and narrower, especially like Pioneer Road. The ledge starts, there's no ledge, it kind of goes a gradual tapering, but it is truly a lot more narrower. And that's kind of a tough road as is because it has steep banks and so forth. And in the wintertime, when you can't see the lines, people are pushing each other off. But I've also heard comments about Fleming Road getting narrower and narrower. So just to put it out there. And of course, there were some problems with the lines, and I noticed some were scraped out and they redid them. They said that they were kind of crooked. But yeah, just provide some input for you. Is there any more comments? Councillor Burney, please.
Morning, Trent. Thank you for that. Thank you for the good work you do. Also, just a question about the chip products. So you're saying that you're going to use more chip products. Can you explain that? What are the chip products exactly? We're not using salt, so after 20 below it doesn't work. What type of chip products?
So essentially, it's just a small rock chip. And so once the conditions are below where salts may be effective, for instance, back in, I gotta think about this, 2021, I believe, where it rained, it snowed, it rained, and then it went to -30 from a good chunk of February, like 5/12 was in terrible condition, I guess I would certainly say. And with some of the few options we have is just the rock chip. We get out there, we spread the rock chip with the sand a little bit, just trying to get the traction. It doesn't help to, it doesn't melt it, it doesn't remove it, but it does try, if it can bind into the ice a little bit, then it does provide some traction.
Thank you for that. And let's hope that this winter isn't the melt and freeze cycle, but who knows?
If I may just add a little bit to that, I think the concern is maybe about rocks flying into windshields and so on and about the size, but it's not the aggregate size for chip seal or any of that. So it's much smaller than that. It's kind of in between that and sand. So it's a little bit more coarse than sand. It has a little bit more of a grit, but it's not the type of aggregate that flies up and breaks your windshield.
Okay. And so that's it. Okay.
Chair, we need a motion to accept the report.
That's not the end of the report, is it? No.
Sorry.
We'll flip over to engineering services. I'll give a moment for the presentation. So the presentation council and the GPC committee has seen already before, and then I've filled in some blanks and updated some information for you. So again, there's an overview. Again, I was going to take all of this out, and then I thought maybe it's good for anybody that wants to read it, pull it down online, or for mayor and council to read and refresh from time to time. So it's an overview of our core service areas and our programs. Again, we have the 3 different business units within engineering, and we have our core services. If we can go one more slide. Again, the core services delivered. This is a good outline of many of the things that engineering touches. This doesn't cover all of them, but it covers the majority of the big ones. And again, we touch a little bit in all of these areas throughout the year. Key projects in 2024, we have a capital program allocated to engineering of 34.9 million, and that has increased slightly through the year with some RFDs to council that have been approved. And again, I'll highlight on some of those and talk about where we're at with those projects here in a minute. Again, I'll go through slide by slide is the 2024 program highlights. And then the next slide shows a screen that if folks are interested, where our 2024 to 2027 infrastructure program is. And I'll highlight again that this also starts to forecast what 2025, 26, 27 look like. And then next year, at budget time this year, we'll come up with a new 4-year forecast, 2025 to 2028. And that's looking forward to November of this year when we present to council. Again, continuing with the 24 road program, we have our ACP surfacing program. One of the projects that we've successfully completed is Range Road 14. This project was completed in September of this year. And again, we have some ongoing work with the guardrails and the pavement markings. A bit of an issue with this, there were some customer or resident concerns with the width. So to Councillor Kuchar-Johnson's comment about the width, this road was 7.2 meters wide, which is on the narrower side to begin with. And when we do an asphalt overlay, as you put new asphalt on, the road gets narrower and narrower. So for this project, we did do a grind of the existing surface. We removed a layer of asphalt and put a new layer of asphalt on top, which maintained or was intended to maintain the same 7.2 meter width that was there previously. So it didn't get any narrower, but the residents do have some concerns there, or thoughts and feelings that it is narrower. There is guardrail that has been added to both sides of the roadway for a short section, and that's also raised some concerns. But as we go out and look at these things, we identify that standards change, and while it's been somewhere between 15 and 20 years since the last time we did a major rehabilitation of the roadway, when we do this overlay, we do have to bring it into compliance with current standards. So that work, and you'll hear a little bit of that potentially from the residents. We did do the asphalt overlay. It is the same width it was before we started, before we showed up at the beginning of this year. It does have a little section of guardrail that's now on both sides instead of one side. And the pavement markings should be down this weekend. I haven't been out there, but they should be there now. Range Road 32 is another project that we had when we tendered this in the spring. The price was well over the anticipated budget. Our strategy is to defer it for this year and we will combine it with a larger section and do it as a larger project next year. We were going to do it in 2 phases. We'll combine it into one, and that will be from the north edge of Duffield, north up to Highway 16. Again, hoping to see more competitive pricing as a larger project. Our graded aggregate seal coating projects were all completed by the month of August. We've got about 12.8 kilometers that we worked on in 2024, and we came in a little bit under the anticipated budget of $700,000. And then some photos for council and for mayor to see. So this is grinding off the surface again of Range Road 14. Sometimes you don't get to see what actually happens and what kind of equipment is out on the roadways. So this is just an asphalt reclaimer that's mulching a few inches of asphalt off the top surface of the roadway. And then you can see the cut lines that you see on the roadway. Eventually this machine would have worked its way up and down the length of Range Road 14 from one edge of the road to the other. So you can see that lip of asphalt that gets removed and then the same amount of asphalt that gets put back on. In some places there are deeper cuts or there's transverse cracking. Again, so to try to remove the cracking, we have another smaller machine that we do deeper cuts. Again, those go across the roadway and then we fill in those patches and then pave the road over top. Thought that might be of interest to see just kind of how that progress occurs. Surface road rehabilitation program. This was a trial program started this year. Again, for the paved roadways that do have some bigger subsurface failures. So that picture that I just showed you was on the asphalt layer, there was a crack. But when it goes deeper into the soft or the failing soil underneath the asphalt, we do a little bit more of a in-depth reclamation process. So the road that we focused on this year was Township 512. Holborn Road from Range Road 275 to 280, and that was completed in September. And again, another picture of what the difference between one project and the next project. So this, you can see that they're definitely going well below the asphalt surface. They're grinding and pulverizing the asphalt in the top layer of gravels into a road base. They recompact this into a hard surface and then pave on top of that. So again, the difference between one treatment method and the other, this one is certainly significantly more expensive than an asphalt overlay, but sometimes necessary. Roadway reconstruction, just highlighting that Mink Lake Road is fully complete. That was a topic in the spring of this year that we had some extra work to do. Prospectors Point Road has been a project of interest. Design activity is active right now. We have reports that are coming into our desk that we're reviewing, and we're hoping to be done the design of the project by November of this year. And again, we've been speaking about a report coming forward to GPC or to council. Again, we'll clarify what exactly that format looks like and what council and GPC might be looking for. But we are on track for construction to begin in the summer of 2025 as we anticipated at the start of this year. Sundance Road is similar to Prospectors Point, just a little bit further behind in timelines. We are initiating the design of that roadway, and we'll look to do the design over the fall and into the winter of next year. Again, that one is looking for construction in summer of 2026. So we have a whole year, a little over a year to be ready for the construction of that one. Some other notable activities that we have in 2024 is an update of the Atchison Big Lake TIA, or the Transportation Impact Assessment. This is in support of the development industry. Again, it's a planned activity for 2024. We were anticipating later in 2024, and we're a little bit further behind than where we'd like to be, but we will look to start this late this year and carry that into 2025. Streetlight installations in Atchison, we are looking to fill in some blackout areas or some darker areas. Typically, we want it to be consistent lighting through a corridor. And we have a few patches in Atchison that are not consistently lit. This is led by Fortis. We sign an agreement with them. They do the design, they do the construction coordination. It's their equipment, their timing. We just sign an agreement with them and then wait. So we have been in good communication with Fortis. They are looking to start work in late October, early November, but they do anticipate they'll be complete by November. And the area that we're focusing on is from the Atchison Fire Hall towards Highway 60. We have our bridge program, in which we've done a replacement at 2 locations. So we did have bridge file 7230 that was to be done this year. We did anticipate a budget amount that was far exceeded by the time we finished design. So our challenge is that we get design approval in the fall while we're still doing the design. We finished the design in January, February of 2024, and we found out that what we thought we had to do was more extensive, and that the budget that we requested in the fall was insufficient by the time we got completed the design in the spring. But we will be ready to move ahead in 2025. This one does have STIP funding approval at the higher amount. So again, we do have the confirmed STIP grant funding for the project that will address the funding shortfall that we previously had. Bridge file 73894 is a small bridge, well, not a small bridge, but it's a bridge culvert west of Seba Beach, and that project was completed in September. There are some seasonal deficiencies in landscaping, just some tidy and cleanup of the site, but the culvert is in and the road is back open to traffic. We have bridge assessments level 1 and level 2, so these are getting ready for our next year's projects, our asset management, if you will, of the bridge and bridge files. Our work on level 1 is done, which is basically an overview, and level 2 involves more invasive type inspections where we're coring into the bridge piers and piles to make sure that they're solid wood foundations. If anything is red flagged in the level 1, they turn into a level 2 is essentially how that works. But that work will be done by November of this year. We are moving ahead with design work in 2024. The projects that we had slated for design are complete. And we did have an RFT to council for one additional design, bridge file 00110, and that was approved by council in September. We're ongoing with the anticipation that this bridge will be constructed in 2025, and this is the bridge that is a little bit north and east of here, just north of Highway 16, that is currently closed to traffic. Atchison Zone 5 wastewater trunk is moving along very nicely. This was an upgrade to accommodate future development. Without this upgrade, we may have realized a significant disruption to the approval processes for the ongoing development in Atchison Zone 5 and 7. It basically increased the capacity of the wastewater system in a small little area that was a bottleneck of the system. So that is now complete. The pipe is operational. We're just working on the final road construction on top of the pipe and finishing that work. They were working through the weekend, and they should be done in the next 3 to 4 days, barring any unforeseen challenges. But that's looking like a project that will complete on time and at the budget anticipated. Entwistle water line and Entwistle wastewater line, those are 2 crossings of Highway 16, building redundancy in the system, providing looping options that weren't previously available. Again, as we build the new water reservoir, we want to make sure that we can maintain the water and the wastewater servicing in the area. So that is a design initiative, and that can start late this year, which that's on schedule to do that. One of the bigger projects we have going on this year is the next slide, is the Entwistle water treatment plant, the reservoir. That's moving along very, very well. Again, we have a 2-year construction timeline for that. We did award the contract below the budget earlier in the year. Base and walls of the reservoir are currently under construction, and I'll have a photo of that here in a minute. But the project's on schedule for the completion in fall of 2025. The start of this was delayed for council's interest to accommodate the timelines to submit a grant application under the Alberta Municipal Water Wastewater Partnership. This is the second application that we've put forward. We were denied the first year. We were asked to resubmit under a altered application, reducing our ask or breaking it into 2 requests, and that also was not funded or not approved.
That's too bad.
Other notable activities on the water wastewater program, we have our wet weather flow monitoring program. Again, this is new for 2024. What we're doing is putting monitors in the system, monitoring the wastewater lines to see how much stormwater or rainwater or groundwater is penetrating into the sanitary system. That will help, my counterpart here out with the volume that's flowing towards the aero utilities and making sure that we cut that back and cut that down as much as possible. Certainly, you don't want to be absorbing a whole bunch of stormwater into the sanitary system and then paying to treat that you otherwise wouldn't treat at all. So again, we have a monitoring program to see where we have some concerns, and then we'll have a program to address the concerns as we identify where that occurs. Annual CCTV program is much the same as the wet weather flow monitoring. We identify where we have concerns and pinpoint and highlight where maintenance and operations or capital repairs need to occur. Stormwater rehabilitation in Atchison Zone 3. So this was a project that we wanted to go ahead with. I'd brought this forward to council previously. It was a project that was tendered in February and closed well above budget. We revisited it through what's called a value engineering exercise. We got somebody with a second set of lens or a second opinion and to look at it, and we found some cost-saving measures that maybe we should have seen the first time around, but certainly when you go through a large project that seems to be inflating in price, you want to know why. And so we uncover a few things about what was anticipated. We can restructure the contract a little bit to de-risk the contract for the contractors that would be bidding the work and make it a little bit easier for them to move ahead with the project. And we'll look to move this forward in spring of 2025 with slightly revised set of design plans and a slightly revised contract conditions outlined for the contractor. Stormwater Master Plan implementation, Phase 2. This is just kicking off. So we had talked about having strategic action items from the Stormwater Master Plan. There's certainly 3 or 4 pages of bullets in that Stormwater Master Plan that start to highlight where we should focus and what we should focus on. Smaller scale pockets in the county are deemed to be the place to drill into and start finding resolution. So the area that we're going to focus on first is the Rolling Hills subdivision, and it's not just the subdivision, it's the subdivision and the surrounding area that we'll look at. North of Highway 16, east of Century Road, Range Road 272. We'll look at what we can do. So a consultant has already been assigned the responsibility to complete a full review. We have lots of background and historical information that'll be compiled. And then we'll identify go-forward tasks out of that activity, things that are tangible that we can attack and improve and look to improve upon. Again, another way of taking a second look at something that's a little bit of an old problem and have some new eyes and fresh thoughts to how we can address and improve. Atchison Big Lake fence line approval, that's our regulatory approval that lets us make decisions under the Water Act through Alberta Environment and Parks. This is an ongoing activity. It needs to be updated by the spring of 2026, I believe. So we're on track to make sure that that regulatory approval is in place. The Wabamun initiatives under the Emerging Capital. This is the wastewater component of the work that's happening in Wabamun. There's been a whole bunch of activity. Again, the 5 different kind of focus areas is the Osprey subdivision, the Wabamun CIPP lining, everything but Osprey essentially, lagoon rehabilitation, the dredging of the lagoon, and then additional rehab of the landscaping berm stabilization. So the consultant that we have in place is overseeing all the activities and is doing a great job for us. Osprey is 80 to 90% complete by now. The line is in the ground and the earthworks on top of the lines are being continued to be worked on, and the road is getting paved out. The project will be complete this year. The CIPP lining, which again, for a reminder, is just a fiberglass lining of an existing pipe. It gives the structural strength and saves a whole bunch of money from having to dig it up. If we wait until it collapses, we have to dig it up and replace it from the surface, and is quite an invasive process. If we do CIPP lining, it's basically shooting a fiberglass sock inside of an existing line and then retaining that in place for many years. Lagoon dredging is complete and the lagoon rehabilitation has been awarded and work is ongoing. Most of that work will occur. The berms will be reconstructed and stabilized. We are seeing a delay for material delivery for an inlet and an outlet. A manhole is delayed to get delivered to site. So again, we don't want to work on that in frozen ground conditions. So that will carry into the spring of next year. And a couple of photos. So this is a trench box in Osprey. So you can see how they had to cut into the Osprey Road, highlight and locate where the pipe is. That blue line that you see at the bottom is the new sanitary pipe that's been installed. And then to the right of the picture, you can see the rehabilitated roadway, the new asphalt versus the old asphalt. And then the little jog of new asphalt to the right and left in the picture are the service connections that connect to the homes. So it wasn't just the main line that had to be replaced, it was the main line and the service connection to the homes. So each lot needed this kind and type of treatment. And then the wastewater at the lagoon, you can see the lagoon pre on the left and what the lagoon looked like, and you can see the lagoon on the right. So it was definitely overdue for a desludging exercise. It had certainly built up in the lagoon. Atchison initiatives, these are the two Atchison intersections. I would have loved to have sat here today and said it's 100% complete, but we're not quite there yet. There's a flurry of activity that's going on. The construction contract at the end of Q3 is about 50% complete. However, they are working through a significant volume of work. They are working 2-day crews and a night crew and have been for about 3 weeks or longer. They did take 3 days off over the weekend to give themselves a break for mandatory work days. So again, I've received a few calls of why aren't they working? Don't you know the snow is coming? And I'm like, yes, I know the snow is coming. But they are working feverishly on that. There is a anticipated timeline of November 12th of this year that they think that they'll reach 100% completion. So again, they're still driving towards a goal of completing the project this year. One thing for mayor and council to be aware of is when the signal alarms do go up, we do have a planned activity with our communications team to do a little blurb and a highlight. We think once the signal alarms are raised and put out over traffic, that will raise some flags and some questions and some concerns and have some excitement about what's happening. So we'll have a little bit of a communications plan there. We are definitely at risk of weather creeping into the project. You know, I think we have 3 days until the snow hits, and we have about 8 days of work. So they can work through that as long as the ground conditions don't sustain long periods of time below 0 degrees. They can still continue to work, so there is ability to still complete the project. But it's certainly been an interesting one to follow along and manage with our challenges throughout the project. Just a couple blurbs, because I'm probably using too many words in the presentation here, the information is on your Parkland, and you're free to look those up as you will. And the other projects that we're working on, just some reports that we have, again, updating engineering standards and updating our policies was the goal for this year, and we've made some headway on that. The red are the areas that we want to look at next, and then the wastewater master plan is a request that engineering will put forward for the 2025-2026 budget. And the last photo this is the Entwistle Reservoir. So this is the base pour and the walls being poured at the Entwistle Reservoir. And that's the end of my presentation.
Okay. We'll do some comments and questions on the engineering presentation before we move on to the Public Works presentation. Councillor Kubasiak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of comments. You did address one about the one bridge that's currently closed right now. We'll be working on that in 2025 according to council's policy. So I'm sure residents will be pleased to see that. I had some comments coming out of there. Just a general, I've got one with regard to Grange Road 14, but just in terms of lighting, you talked about lighting in Atchison. And I've had some concerns about making sure council follows its dark sky policy, because there is some lighting, I can mention it afterwards, but there is some lighting coming out of there that is maybe non-compliant, so I'll just mention that. Range Road 14, I've had a more than normal number of calls on that. Mostly it's a few people. When we talked about the Hill Valley Estate subdivision, there were a couple that at the time Laura and Nancy and I had set up a meeting with those residents, and there were a few that talked about their road. and concerns with that development and the number of people that were going to be added to that road. So, you know, that's where I'm getting a lot of calls. But I did go out there and on last week, and there's a lot of activity. That's an impressive amount of work that's being done on that road. And the concern about road width, I think, is, you know, one that you've had brought to your attention. It's interesting because the guardrail is placed right in the surfacing, the asphalt. When I walk on 540, the guardrail is placed in the side slope area in the gravel. So maybe that's where the concern is, because that guardrail is there. And there's concerns about in the future, maybe trailers and trucks turning. Wherever the guardrail is placed is exactly in line. I went right to the end of the road, wherever there's ravines and there's water bodies that were existing before, and you've got guardrail, the same thing is applied in other areas just to match up what's happening. But there is a lot of guardrail there. And I saw some of the patches that still need to be filled where the cracks are, and that's an older road. There's a lot of population on that area. So people are concerned about access and safety as well, coming off of Range Road 14 onto Yellowhead. And I think, you know, one of the biggest concerns there is, I don't know, you know, nobody likes to see enforcement on the road. They're getting tickets, but I don't know how many residents really follow the speed limit on that road. And I think if they did, it wouldn't be as much of an issue. But people, a lot of traffic, a lot of subdivision, and then they really take that road. So the guardrail makes it look like it's being narrowed up. It's a lot of, look, the galvanized steel looks like a lot of silver on that road, but that's an impressive project. That's compliments for the work that's being done there. I guess they're just seeing it look narrower because it's placed in the surfacing and it seems to narrow that road. But I did go check, I did report back to some of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gavasiak. I've been out there a handful of times now. I've spoken to at least a dozen different residents, and all have different concerns. They come from different backgrounds. Some are from within the area, some are a ways away from the area. One thing that we always have to remember when we build a new road, that the dark and dirty or dusty or, you know, kind of silt covered guardrail that kind of is hidden off in the taller grass doesn't usually stand out very good. When the brand new, bright, shiny silver guardrail with new reflective tape appears on a site, it stands out substantially more. The roadway is also fresh pavement, which can lead to people feeling like they should drive a little faster because it's smooth and there aren't bumps and there isn't any kind of indicator to slow down for them. And it's also opened up without having pavement markings in place. And I'll say it was opened up at 50 kilometers an hour construction advisory signage. So there are measures that are there that are being done. The pavement markings are being added. The guardrail has been set to current standards. And while there's different guardrail placement throughout the county, that when we touch a piece of guardrail and reconstruct a roadway as we have with this one, we have to comply with current standards and put the guardrail where the standard of the day is. But we don't necessarily drive around the county removing and replacing guardrail that's been placed under a previous standard. Again, when we touch that roadway, we will replace and put the guardrail in the appropriate location. But in this case, the guardrail has been reviewed. It has been cited to current standards. It is bright and shiny and stands out, and you're driving at a darker time in the day, and the headlights will reflect off of that much, much brighter than they would 6 months from now when it's got a layer of kind of sand and salt and dirt on it. We are also putting in speed advisory signs and road narrow signs in approach to that, with advisement to drive 60 kilometers an hour through the area. It won't be regulatory, but again, for those that do feel that pinch point on that roadway, there is some indicator out there that it is a little bit tight. And I think the place where the two guardrails is about 100 meters. So we did try to reduce it as much as we can, but there is very steep slide slopes with ravines on both sides of the roadway that necessitated the guardrail placement.
Just a supplementary, you did touch on it a little bit, Mr. Hancock. You talk about standards of the day. You know, I see on Township 540, there was guardrail replacement just on the other side of Range Road 12 in the shoulder. And it's a different standard road. It's a wider road, 540, than Range Road 14. But, you know, I guess why they wouldn't place that guardrail in the shoulder, and then that road would be wider. It would appear wider, there'd be more space. And people are talking about the 6-7 inch difference there, so I guess you're talking about standard of the day, but 540, they did place it in the shoulder, and on Main Road 14, it's placed in the asphalt. That's what I noticed there.
Okay, Mayor Gamble, please.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the update on the information. It's always important to note that the capital spend of 34 million is no small task to spend that money. So my question would relate, first question would relate to having a significant spend like that related to budget versus actual. Were there any risks identified or any significant overages that came as a surprise to Parkland County?
Thank you for the question.
To Mayor Gamble, the overages that we identified were projects that we didn't award or that we came back to council and requested additional funding. So one of the projects was Range Road 14, that when we awarded it, we came back with an RFD and asked for a slight increase. I think it was about 15%, but please don't quote me on that. The other two projects that we had was Range Road 32, which is about 20% over budget that we did not award and we shelved for this year. And the other one that comes to mind was the Atchison Zone 3 stormwater. So again, both those last two projects we did not go forward with. As far as maintaining budget with the projects that were awarded, we're very close to being on target. We try to manage plus or minus 5% with our projects and our programs, and I believe that we're very, very close to being within that 5% range. If anything, the projects, some of them have come under because we had contingency line items that we did not have to spend, or the contingency or the risk that we identified did not come true.
Great, that is great news to hear. The last part is just a comment. It's always important to note that when Parkland County has a big capital program like that, it was important to note that we did receive 29.9 million of the 39 million related to the Prairies Can funding, which is for the waterfront upgrade, which is in progress, as well as the Atchison intersection project. And Parkland County received a tremendous amount of support from our federal partners. So always important to share that good news. Related there too, there will be disruption at two intersections, and just want to know what the plan is for awareness and media, as well as how we're letting our partners know that this is going to be a disruption.
Certainly, to Mayor Gamble. There's been lots of conversation, probably more at the technical or administrative level, between City of Edmonton and Parkland County. If council's aware or not aware, there's been some significant media inquiries and interest at 231 Street and Highway 16A. They're having trouble with a westbound to southbound left turn into the Secord community area. We are tied and connected back to their conversations. The signal at Pinchbeck and Bevington Road will actually help that situation with Edmonton, that when it's a stop in the eastbound direction, that will provide relief and opportunity for Edmonton's traffic to flow into Edmonton. So they're actually quite looking forward to the signals being raised at Pinchbeck for sure. They're also working on a speed corridor reduction. So the roadway right now is 100 kilometers per hour. When we put the signals in, it'll be 80. And we believe that Edmonton will look at their speeds from their west limit into the city and look at matching the speed, or at least aligning with the work that we're doing. So on the east side, we're very well connected. On the west side, again, we've been in conversations with the city of Spruce Grove, not so much the town of Stony Plain, but they're understanding of what we're doing, and they know our path forward. Just as we are doing our development projects, they too are doing theirs, and they're extending further east to their east city boundary as well, and they have road improvements scheduled and coordinated. And as I mentioned, we are working with our comms unit on a little bit of a blurb to have social media presence and to have front counter for inquiries, as well as our project team able to take calls. When the signal arms go up over traffic, that's when we're anticipating questions and interest to start.
And just to follow up that, I do know that when we speak with our counterparts in City of Spruce Grove, Town of Stony Plain, also the City of Edmonton, that we make it known that this is for the greater good of the region, and we understand, and they're very appreciative that we are very upfront in sharing that information early so that they can plan as well. And also, I think it's important to recognize the long-term play for the province to have a expanded Highway 16 for the main commuter route, as well as we are getting significant traction in 628. So as we're planning for an alternate route relative to a slowdown on 16A, that we are doing our diligence and advocating in the right areas for our residents and the region residents. So thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. I also agree with the mayor's comments, because I wonder how that's going to affect getting out of the city of Spruce Grove into Edmonton, the slowdown and the lights and so forth. But I guess that gives us room to advocate for 628.
And if I may add, when we first opened the intersections, they will be under a lot of east-west green light time, and they are not connected signal lights, but we will do all we can with the timing to make sure that when you flow through one intersection, you can continue to flow through the second, although that's a little bit of the mastery behind the signal timing that's, above my mindset. Again, once upon a time was a signal guy, but not anymore. So those that do the signal timing will have delays leaving Atchison. You'll be able to leave and you'll be able to safely move, but you will have extended red lights leaving Atchison onto the roadway. And the only difference is that one roadway is going to carry 10,000 vehicles a day and the other roadway is going to carry 100. Again, don't quote those numbers, but again, that's just for frame of reference purposes. East-west on 16A is substantially more traffic than any road north-south in Atchison. You will be able to move at a green light and move safely, but east-west will be primary green for the highway movement.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Weedman first, please. Go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, we talked about Osprey a little bit in Wabman. The wastewater line that's going through there, there's a fair amount of work that's been done there already. Do you recall the total amount of the contract so far?
The total amount spent by us in Wabamun this year will be under 5 million. That was the budget that we had. The total amount that we're looking to be at will be about 4.2. For the piece for Osprey alone, it was just around $2.2 million was, again, sorry, working off of memory, but it was around 2.2 million.
So we've went through wastewater, that you can see the wastewater line that you showed us there. The water and all the other utilities in there, have they been looked at and checked and everything? Is that, I'm just looking to see, are we looking at all these together?
We did look at the water lines. Certainly we crossed the water lines. We had to isolate the water lines from time to time. We are aware that there's broken valves, that there are seized valves, and that the water system is not built to what we would say we would want to have it built to. It is operational and has significantly fewer concerns than what the wastewater had, but by all means, we're probably looking at some water improvements before the full life cycle of that water system is expired.
There was a lot of work done in Osprey many years ago, cammering and so on. Have we identified, I guess, what we're spending to what was done in there? And I guess in your opinion, was the work done poorly, or was it, because there was a lot of work done in there, and I guess that, I want to make it clear, that was done by the town of Wabman or village of Wabman at the time, and we got handed all this crap, and we've got to bandage it up and fix it. So I don't think residents kind of know the extent of the issues there.
Be careful how I answer, but yeah, the wastewater system, if it was in good shape, we wouldn't be in there replacing it. So we're doing a full replacement of the wastewater system in Osprey, and we're doing what we can to work with the water system that's there. The road base, the compaction of the road, once you open up a roadway, you can see how it was built and layer by layer how it was compacted. And we would say that this would hopefully not be the way that we would be building the infrastructure the way that Parkland County would build the infrastructure. So we're working with what we can.
There's no, I guess there's no measure to go back on the work that was done to at least determine if somebody got ripped off here, because there obviously is an issue here with the work that was done there, and there was a lot of detail. There was camera, there was all of that work done. So I guess what I'm trying to determine is how can all that work get done and it be so poorly done? It was monitored by engineers and then we're redoing it. And then I guess I'm looking at the cost per lot there now too, because if you add all this up, the cost per lots go up significantly. I don't even know if we'll ever recover our money out of there on lot value.
Well, I think the better way to think of that is if you're paying a carpenter to frame your house and he frames your house and you accept it and you move on and you start going to the next stage, then you've accepted the work. And as the owner or the previous owner of the infrastructure, it was accepted through construction completion certificates, and there was a warranty time period and there was no activity during the warranty. And that door has closed. So now it's, you own the infrastructure and you have to operate and maintain it.
That's a diplomatic answer. Back to wastewater again. Arrow, you indicated that you're looking for inflow issues, stormwater inflow into wastewater lines. How does Arrow determine the amount of inflow and treatment that they have to do when it gets into the plant? Because there's no real way to measure that, is there?
I'm going to be careful not to step on Mr. Jameson's toes, but we have flow monitors in the lines as they leave Atchison and they go into the Arrow Utilities line. So they know exactly what's coming out of Atchison, and it's not looked at on a daily basis by any means. But after a significant storm event, you can look at whether the flow monitor had a high reading or not. And if you have a rain event and 6 hours later there's a spike in the flow in the pipe, you know that there's a water issue or there's an inflow issue. It's either groundwater or it's stormwater somehow entering the pipe system. Throughout Atchison, we have for the better part of 4, maybe 5 years now, been doing a little bit of monitoring here and there. We do smoke tests in the pipe as well, where we pump smoke into the pipe, and you see the green smoke or the purple smoke coming out of a leaky spot, and it just pinpoints where your repair or where your fix can happen. And so some of it is as simple as exposing a manhole, putting a wrap around it, backfilling it, and you walk away, and that takes away 20-30% of the water going into the pipe that doesn't need to be in there. So it's a best practice. Arrow Utilities, as long as I've been at the county, so 10 plus years, have been trying to work on I&I strategies with all the regional municipalities. And they don't enforce I&I, but they encourage I&I. And so we're ahead of the game, pushing forward some of these flow monitoring and some of our CCTV work and doing spot repairs of the system to make sure that we're limiting the water into the system that doesn't need to be in the system.
So it's safe to say that a lot of the inflow might not necessarily come from Parkland County, it might come from Spruce Grove or Stony Plain, or could, I guess.
Yeah, and they have the regional system, and every community has their own flow within their systems, and old residential neighborhoods were designed and built with the roof leader as an example off your house going direct into the system. And so there's lots of shared sanitary storm systems that exist. That was the way of building in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. As new communities or as new developments go forward, certainly those are cut off and rebuilt and tied in different ways. And so we look for those opportunities to enhance and do things better than we did before.
I just,
On?
oh, sorry, I was just going
sorry.
to add
More
that
comments.
our utilities are intending on charging municipalities for that inflow. At some point, they've been building up over the last 10 years, getting the data, background data they need to start charging at some point. So we expect them to introduce some new charges probably in the next few years.
And also, if I can just make a distinction, there's inflow and infiltration. Inflow is water just flowing in. Maybe it's right through the top of it's flooding and it just runs right into the sewer system through the manhole. Infiltration is cracks, breaks in the pipes, separations, water coming into the pipe. So those are the two distinctions. People were using inflow, I think, a lot in this conversation. A a big part of the problem also is the integrity of the pipe and the infrastructure, so infiltration. And then secondly, you can also ascertain what areas of the pipe when you have monitors and you are tracking the volumes within certain areas. So they determine what the volume is coming out of Spruce Grove, and then they can check it at the next point and then sort of court off that area. And so that's how they find out, okay, well, we've got an issue in between these two spots, and then they go from there.
Okay, moving along to Councillor Burney.
Thank you for that report. So just a couple of questions. I read a little while ago that the Alberta government has put more money into the bridge funding for rural areas, and I am assuming that would be 2025. But have you heard anything of that, and can Parkland County expect any advantages to that or benefits?
If there's more money in the program, there's more opportunity for the municipalities. So I have heard that, but it wouldn't apply to 2024, it would apply to 2025.
Yeah, let's keep that in mind and go after it. And then just another question too. What do we do with the tailings when we scrape off the roads? What do we do? Do we reuse those tailings at all, or is there a use for them anywhere?
Yeah, the asphalt is recycled 100%. It gets either put into a road base of a nearby project, or it gets put into building the shoulders of a roadway or a driveway or an approach. It gets 100% recycled for sure. There is.
Oops, sorry.
That aggregate is actually a very high value. It's better than natural gravels as far as road building material. So it retains a very high value.
Was my understanding as well. I just wanted to know and make sure that our residents know that we are reusing that. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Moving on to Councillor Kowalski.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for the presentation. The Aero Utilities has a wet weather strategy, and one of the facilities, two facilities that have been built to deal with that is the one here at in Parkland County, the Sturgeon one, which used to be their stormwater plan, and that is monitored. And the minute that outflow gets any distance or any height, it's diverted into that pond. And so there's one there, there's one in Morinville, so they're actively watched because, of course, with the increase in population and utilities in Spruce Grove, it floods the system. So the Aero technical staff are becoming weather experts, and they beef up that staff, and they are watching that rain meter all across the region. So they are very, very concerned because, of course, they have to deal with these massive flows that hit the plant. And they have a lot of work to do to try to manage that flow, because it isn't just here, it's Beaumont, it's Morinville, it's the whole region. So encouraging communities to build those wet weather facilities it's a mandate, and it's taking time for people to do it because it seems like an expense you don't use very often. But with the weather we have the last 10 years and the future, it's very interesting. So that's just a comment for information for Councillor Wiedemann. I'm really pleased to see that we'll be working on Rolling Meadows. It'd be really interesting to see what the recommendations are after a really in-depth study, because it's a subdivision with a lot of interesting challenges. So I'm really happy to see that on the schedule for this year. And I noticed on the very last page of your report, in very tiny writing, that the ASP for Atchison is up for updating. It's an active update. So I would ask planning or Jody if we've actually started it and identified it. And that's exciting if we are.
I'm gonna make sure that I read that properly. So I think I was highlighting the dates that it had last been updated. So I wasn't flagging saying that we are actively working on that. The ASP would be led by Ms. Domjian and her team, and I know that's on the near-term horizon, but I don't know if they're quite yet, but I'll let you speak to it, not me.
It was kind of my wish list, so I was excited to see it.
Thank you, through the chair, to Councillor Kowalski. Once the MDP has been approved by council and is in place in our land use bylaw, we'll take a look at the area structure plans as a whole to see what needs to be updated next, and our plan for that we'll bring to council. Thank you.
I thought it was a secret message. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question about Prospector Point Road. So I've heard from residents in that area, and there's a certain point where the heaves are, and they are very close to a couple of houses. So residents do not want their pavement gone when it comes to their house. I mean, that increases their property value. So there's gonna be a tight spot in there, because I know we're carving that down to gravel. But yet, the two houses that have pavement to them is a concern.
Yes, certainly. Our confirmed plan, I don't know if we're confirmed plan, the plan that we're working on today will absolutely take pavement from Township 510 down to, or from the Township Road down to the subdivision residential access, for sure. That'll be fully paved and widened out and built to a nice, proper standard from there. From that, that's kind of at the top of the hill. As you start going down the hill, there is a single driveway that's on the east side of the roadway. We're looking at options to maintain asphalt to that driveway. Whether it's ACP, the hot mix asphalt, or the cold mix asphalt, we're still working on that plan to determine what we're going to do there. We have lots of geotechnical work and studies, but we are certainly looking to extend the pavement to the residents that have pavement. And then beyond that, there's a transition point where we're trying to determine where is the right place to transition to gravel. The parking lot at the bottom of the hill is gravel. We think it's wise to maintain gravel underneath the Devon Bridge. So as you come down and around that corner, we think it's wise to maintain gravel through there, because that's the better option for Mr. Tompkins and his team to continuously maintain through the life cycle of the roadway. And then somewhere coming up and around the corner and up the hill, we'll transition between gravel and asphalt. But we don't want to do it in a place that is going to cause continuous sliding or going to need continuous repairs by road maintenance. So we're trying to find that place along that corridor still, and we're not defined yet at this point in time exactly where that's going to be.
Thank you, excellent.
We're definitely cognizant and aware that there are a few homes that are on that hill midway down that have had asphalt road surfacing that we'd certainly like to maintain that.
Yes, thank you so much.
If I can just add, to be clear, we are not lowering the standard of residents within the area. If they have asphalt today, they'll have asphalt tomorrow. We're not taking asphalt and turning it to gravel to a person that has an asphalt driveway. That's not going to happen. So all the residents that will utilize that road to go home will have surfacing.
Oh, thank
To
you
answer
so
your
much.
question
Oh, yes.
quite bluntly and clear.
Yes, thank you. I love blunt. You know me. The other comment that I heard from the community is, it wasn't in my area, but it was in regards to consultation when they're doing the roads. So I'm just wondering how consultation plays a role in when you are doing some roads.
We have had times where we have gone out and had open houses, and we've had widespread public engagement and public communication. Typically, those are when we are having a large-scale impact to the roadway. Mink Lake Road would be kind of the last big open house public consultation communication that we had, and it wasn't so much asking an opinion of what they wanted. It was more of the kind and type of presentation of what's going on and what's happening. So when it gets to road design, a lot of it can be really, really technical, and there aren't really a lot of options. If there's a big steep hill, we're going to take out the steep hill. We're going to flatten it. If there's a wetland, we're going to try to avoid touching it. If there's lands, we're going to try to avoid touching people's land to the degree that we can. So Mink Lake Road was an example of a almost 4-mile stretch of roadway that had significant, or a certain number of residents that were on it that were significantly impacted, and businesses and access to park areas, Jackfish Lake being one of them. So we were a little bit more in tune and aware with that project. The other one that we had a lot of residential consultation with was when we went into the Helenslee area. We had an open house and a presentation there of, a little bit of perspective of what the residents could expect, and trying to prepare them for the impact that was going to happen. In that case, we were doing full-depth reclamation of a significant amount of roads in the cul-de-sac that people would lose access to their homes for multiple days at a time, and they'd be driving through gravel and asphalt for the better part of 2 years of a construction site right outside their front doors. So those areas we tried to prep and prepare the residents as best we could to tell them the level of impact that was going to occur. Many of our other projects are short duration. They're 5 to 10 days at most, and they're shorter term kind of opportunities to improve the roadway, and there is a disruption to traffic, but it's not long term. It's not something that they have to endure for an entire summer or for 2 summers.
If I may just add a little bit further. Public consultation, public always has input on our roadways, whether it's a large formal consultation and discussion, but there is always ongoing discussions with our maintenance crew. Our maintenance guys are out there, they talk to the residents. If we go into a site and there's an issue that we've heard, we'll have that discussion and get some of the local perspective on it, whether it's a frost heave, when it comes, how often, and what locations they have. So there's always some level of consultation, and then adjacent neighbors when we're buying right-of-way or replacing their fence, or any information that we can glean from the local residents is always has the opportunity to be captured. And usually by the time we go in to reconstruct a road, we're well aware and have spoken to many of the residents throughout the years.
I'm going back to a certain situation where a bridge was made only for us to discover. The farmer had a concern about that bridge, so that's where I'm coming from with that comment.
Right, that was a bridge that crossed a creek or a stream that led to one resident. And yes, the resident was that crossed that stream, and all of the landowners that owned land on that side were talked with, discussed, and reviewed what was being constructed. And nothing was flagged about someone else that leased property on one side and that lived on another side of the bridge. But so there was no indication at all, even from the owners on the other side of the bridge that would utilize that bridge was ever brought to mind. And so there's, in a perfect world, you would capture everything and anything from everybody, but in this situation, it certainly wasn't obvious, and they did speak to everybody, the one resident that lived on the other side of the bridge, and then the road just terminated on the other side of the bridge, and all of the land that was owned was by that person as well, that accessed from that roadway. So it's unfortunate, and that there was some equipment that was too large to cross that because they had leased property on the other side, unbeknownst to the designers.
Okay, thank you for that. Before we take a break, is there any further comments? Councillor Kubasiuk.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had one question with regard to inventory on bridges. How many bridges do we have in Parkland County? I know that most municipalities keep an inventory.
I'll have to get back to you with that. If you want the exact number, it's over 200 and about 250, but I'll get you the number if you'd like it.
Okay. Well, you know, even that number is good. If that's your estimate, that's fine, because I know most municipalities kind of keep a track on it, and we use it when we talk to government, you know, and the downloading that's happening. It's good to have that number in your pocket.
Trent.
If I may just... Sorry, Jody, I cut you off. I didn't mean to do that. Trent is saying that there's 242, and some of those bridge files are large culverts, some are single-span bridges. And of course, as you know, and I think the public should understand, that those bridges receive funding from the province. So what we try not to do is spend our taxpayers' money and revenue from our local taxpayers' money on something that is supported by the province. And the province is limited in the amount of funding that they provide for the county, and hence the backlog of a number of bridges. And we have a number of them that are sort of in that critical stage, and I think that's the point at the fall RMA convention, that we can lobby the province to increase that funding because it's inadequate at this point in time, and it has been. Councillor Kabasiak can attest to years and years of underfunded program, and that's why we have a sort of an infrastructure deficit on our bridges. So it's a real fine line between using our taxpayers' money on something that should be funded by the province and providing an adequate infrastructure for our traveling public. So we try not to spend our residents' money on something that should be funded by the province, and that puts us in a very precarious position at times moving forward with the condition of our bridges.
Good. Okay, before we proceed, oh, go ahead, Mr. Khan.
I'll talk very quickly, but I also gave a report card that I didn't speak to today. It's an attachment that's there, but talks about the good and the bad of where we're at. And again, if there's questions of it, we can answer them either outside of this or another time. But again, yellow is kind of something that we're on alert for. Red means that it's either over time or over budget, and hopefully I've added a comment that speaks to why. And black is good, that's complete, and green is it's on its way to completion. So again, just more information for council to peruse.
Okay. Okay, with that, before we proceed to our Public Works presentation, I think we'll take a break. I would like to reconvene at 10:35. We're going to move on to our Public Works presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, Council. Sorry for being late this morning. Vehicle troubles only happen when you have an important meeting. Right? So, Public Works update. Public Works includes water, wastewater, solid waste, fleet, and facilities. As far as water and sewer, we provide direct operation maintenance for our potable water distribution systems, our wastewater collection systems, and wastewater treatment systems. Atchison, Big Lake, Wadman, Entwistle water distribution systems. Atchison, Big Lake, Adam Creek, Wadman, Tomahawk, Duffield, and Entwistle wastewater collection systems. Wadman, Entwistle, Duffield, Tomahawk wastewater lagoon treatment systems. And 3 wastewater transfer stations for private wastewater truck disposal at Entwistle, Stony Plain, and Highway 1644. Current projects, we had asset repairs on our lift station number 5 in Atchison that's been completed. Water well abandonment in Entwistle and Wadman, we're just tendering soon. We did leave those for a bit. We were concerned whether we needed to keep wells in place for Entwistle as a result of the wild connection there, whether we needed backup. And then also Wadman, we didn't know if we were going to use the wells for filling up the proposed pond out there. So I think we're comfortable enough to start looking at abandoning those now. Pump issues in Wadman's main sewage lift station. We're continuing with that the one particular pump we're having issues with. We've got the engineers looking at it and trying different options, but we're still having issues with that, the main sewage pump at the main sewage lift station. Wastewater haulers and arrow overstrength charges options will be coming to council next week. Life cycle assessment, water and wastewater buildings. We completed 3 of the large facilities, and the remaining buildings are included in next year's budget. We established a SCADA central station in Wadman Fire Hall. That's the supervisory control and data acquisition for all of our sewage lift stations and water pump houses. So we put the central station in Wadman, and we're proposing to complete the rest, connecting all the outside facilities to that central station in next year's budget. Longer term projects, we do have a lot of unaccounted for water loss in our systems. We have a lot of water main valves, as Jody had mentioned this morning, including Entwistle and Wadman, that we have to inspect and get replaced at some point. So we'll have to put a program together on those because that could be an expensive program. Solid waste, we provide direct services to our residents for operation maintenance of 7 solid waste transfer stations, the Parkland County Transfer Station being the largest, 2 recycling centers, curbside solid waste collection in Entwistle, and solid waste blue bag and organics collection in Wadman. The current projects, we'd taken the extender producer responsibility legislation project to council earlier this year, and we had council approve having circular materials responsible for blue bag recycling in Wadman, and circular materials will be paying the county to manage recycling at our transfer stations beginning April 1st, 2025. So we are looking at bringing blue bag collection into Entwistle. And if we do that by April 1st, 2025, Circular Materials would look at taking that over 18 months after that date. So if we can introduce the service, Circular Materials will then take that service over. If it's not there, they won't introduce it. So we're looking at trying to do that. So we'll be bringing back something to council at some point. As far as this fall, Public Works will tender solid waste collection in the Big Lake area. We've got tender closing October 17th, request for decision to council tentatively November, and if approved, the services will be implemented April 1st, 2025. In addition, I guess if we were to introduce, if it went ahead and we introduced blue bag recycling, curbside recycling in that Big Lake area, that would also be something that Circular Materials could potentially take over in 18 months. Current projects continued in solid waste. We had Fortis replace the generators. Actually, we did Seba Beach last year. We did Capacity Transfer Station this year. So we've got those old diesel compactors removed, or the generators removed. We have a new camera system up and running at the Parkland County Transfer Station. We do have some remaining cameras to put in for the new kiosks there for 2025. But they've just got those up and running, and they're actually very good cameras that can be seen on our PCs in our offices. Life cycle assessment of solid waste facilities was completed, and we've included a couple of new trailers for the Seba Beach and Compasson solid waste in our 2025 budget. Fleet services. Fleet looks after vehicle and equipment acquisition disposals, maintenance for the county equipment and vehicles, fuel management, GPS equipment on the vehicles, and vehicle and equipment rentals. We've got 75 light, medium duty vehicles, 11 heavy trucks, 138 light, medium, and heavy pieces of equipment, approximate 43 million replacement value. In 2024, we purchased 55 vehicles with a replacement value of up to $6 million. We have recently issued that purchase order and expect a delivery for a large number of vehicles in early 2025. With current projects, we're always looking at the mobile equipment life cycle plan update. We looked at a number of ways we could actually reduce the transfers from departments into that reserve to help pay for the replacement of those vehicles, looking at smaller vehicles, quarter-ton trucks where we could, examining the size of graders that we have, extending warranties. And so we actually did incorporate, in that new order that's coming in 2025, we will have the quarter-ton trucks. We're still examining the impact of a smaller grader with Trent's group, and we did purchase extended warranty on our loaders and graders. Public Works facilities. We oversee the Parkland County facilities, assets, operation, maintenance, utilities. We manage 27 buildings valued at about $72 million. Capital projects, current projects, county center, air handling unit, and our water treatment system. The air handling units can be completed in Q2 of 2025. We completed the water treatment system, and the Highway 779 lift station that is for this building, pumping to Arrow Utilities. That we've got the parts, however, the construction's not going to happen until probably early in 2025 or spring 2025. Operating project $725,000. That was for work done at the county center, county services building, Entwistle Food Bank, and Tomahawk buildings. Projects are all completed except with the county center and CSB. We're about 90% complete with those projects. Life cycle plans for the Wobman buildings. Right now, I believe council still has to, or a presentation will be going to council on the Wobman facilities. Early indications are that we'll need about $700,000 just for immediate work, sort of roofing and air handling units and furnaces and that type of thing. So that'll be coming to council at some point. County office and CSB renovations project, we reduced the scope of that to just this county office renovations. And right now we've got Stantec Engineering working on that, interviewing staff. And at the end of that, we'll hopefully have a master plan of how this county services building will be accommodating staff in the future. So that'll be coming back to council at some point. So with that, rather quick, but any questions?
Yes, let's open it up for comments or questions. Councillor Burney.
Thank you for that, Mr. James. Going to fleet, I do remember some time ago there was some issues with the radio communications units and vehicles. Has that been addressed at all? It was a couple of years ago.
I think typically, we'll actually Trent know more on this than I do, but with cell phones, it's sort of less need for that radio system, I believe. So I think we do have some radio systems that are working, but I'll leave it to Trent to maybe inform us a bit.
Yeah, we're certainly still working through that process. We have the radio set up in the trucks, still spotty in some locations, and we look to work through site-specific radio issues. So, for instance, radio-to-radio contacts, if you've got flaggers set up on a mile of road during graveling. And as what we found is that wasn't working the greatest as well. But as what this year, actually just recently, we've moved to a different type of, almost like the old mic phones through TELUS. We've been testing those as a setup, and they seem to be actually providing us with consistent coverage. And then we're looking at whether or not that's something that we can look to expand, or whether we keep that with the unit-to-unit for operations. So, yeah, no, we're certainly working through it. The current cell technology seems to probably be the answer, though.
Any more comments or questions? Councillor Kubasiak?
I guess I just had one question. I'm not sure which one of you fellows would like to respond, but just in terms of our paving crews and our staffing and the number of equipment, have we had enough staff in place so that we can meet deadlines and all the equipment that we have on hand is utilized and projects are a go? Has that been an issue at all?
I'll maybe defer this to the operators to see if there's issues.
I'll speak to engineering's program. We set our work activities based on a set volume of material, and the set volume of material is strictly based on the resources that we have available. So we plan them hand in hand. We know that we can do 9 weeks or 10 weeks of work activity, and we can do this much material placement over that time period. So engineering's program is, the capital works program is predicated on the total resources and kind and type of equipment that we have. Trent is a little bit different than that, but engineering is definitely, when you get that capital road program, that's predicated on the resources available.
If I can just add to Jody, he's done a very, very good job ensuring that Parkland County's road infrastructure isn't at a deficit. So he's planned out, that's why we do so much road rehabilitation work and overlays to ensure that our standards are maintained, and that when those roads come due and they need an overlay, we have the capability to do that. So he's done a very, very good job at asset management, and I really pride Parkland County and our team on asset management because we do a really, really good job at that. So I don't think that can be understated, but Jody always does. He's always up to capacity. As you can see by the number of projects that small staff completes, it's actually quite incredible. So hats off to the department. Trent?
Well, I'm not sure I'm going to follow that. So Jody does a great job.
Trent, you do a fantastic job as well. I just want to mention that.
No news is good news.
Sorry, just on the road maintenance side and the drainage side, we staffed at 39 permanent. We add during seasonal and casual staff for the summer. You start out with a full slate, and then you lose some through the year as it goes on, through turnover or through people looking to take other opportunities. Generally, the other benefit we have is in any given year, we're not sure exactly how the weather's going to go. And so you prioritize the projects that you can work on based on the weather that you have. So essentially, we're okay. But again, we do see, turnover and vacancies that occur throughout the season as people are quite mobile. So
I'll add for the discussion as well that when we do put the road program together, it's not engineering sitting on one table and road maintenance sitting at another table. We're collectively working on it, and we balance our workload, and Trent and his team will highlight what areas need a bigger fix or what need a bigger repair, and we'll probably already know about it, but certainly his folks and his staff that are out on the road significantly more than the engineering staff bring stuff to us, and we decide how that should best be managed, how it should best be repaired. So we're very, very efficient and good at communicating team to team as to where the biggest concerns or areas or growing challenges are, and then we share the workload between ourselves, either through the capital program or if it's a smaller scale, smaller chunk of road, but equally as important, Trent and his team will take care of that side of it. So we're interlaced with each other throughout the year, and definitely as we build the capital budget and the budget at the end of the year, we're overlapping each other to a high degree.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. I will ask Committee Member Mayor Gamble to put the motion forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will move that the Operations Services update be received for information as presented. And opening comments, thanks to the gentleman for presenting today and your respective departments. Very well prepared, clear, concise information. Parkland County is in great hands and no significant risk identified, so much elated. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I will call the motion. All in favor? The motion is carried. Moving on to our newsletters, I will ask Committee Member Bernie to put the Rural Municipality of Alberta contact letter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Rural Municipalities of Alberta contact newsletter be received for information as presented.
Okay, are there any comments? I'll call the motion. All in favor? Okay, moving on to the Federation of Municipality update. Councillor Kowalski, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, that the Federation of Canadian Municipalities update be received for information as presented. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor? Okay, thank you. Now we are moving into closed session. I will ask Committee Member Weidman to put the motion forth.
That committee convene in closed session pursuant to Section 197 of the MGA to meet in private to discuss matters protected from disclosure by Sections 23 and 24 of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act.
Okay, thank you. I don't think our appointment is. Let's vote on the motion. All in favor? We will take a break until 11 a.m. because that's when our appointment is supposed to be here. Okay. Welcome back to regular session. I wish to confirm that the only motion made in closed session was the motion put forward by Councillor Kubasiak that the committee revert to regular session at 2:46. And the motion was carried unanimously. Now we come to the close of our meeting, and our next Governance and Priority Committee meeting will be scheduled at Parkland County's organizational meeting on October 26, 2024 at 9 a.m. I will call the meeting to close at 2:47. And then I hand the gavel over to Councillor Kowalski, because this is it.